Morning, guys. Watching as we push into this 95-85 area on NQ. It's where you want to see buyers continue to hold. Trying to get back into value here. Pretty oversized move to the downside this morning on NQ. Russell at our value high, NQ at our value low, ES at our value low, trying to make it supportive right now. Just waiting to see if we can actually find some acceptance here. We are trading between this POC here at 85, 87 area on the low to this 012 on NQ above us. Just rotating in between these two where we are building out this distribution here. So just kind of a range. Got a clear high above us, very kind of a clear low below. Need to see a break of this and push back up. New 15's opening now. Retesting our lows here where absorption happened last time on NQ. See if they're still here or if this is going to become a resistance for another leg down. Is ES retesting value low? NQ leading down. Definitely a bit more volatile than the rest of the market. Good bounce on ES value low. NQ trying to desperately get back into this range. Watching this 87.81 again, seeing if buyers can hold here for a higher low or if we're just going to rotate down again. We'd like to really see buyers step in here. God damn it. And push us back over value, something like this in this area. If they don't do it, then I don't think this is worth like even touching. It's just not ready yet. Like there's clearly someone absorbing down here at 75s, but we're not seeing anyone's like any secondary buyers that are willing to step in and push. So we're just gonna continue to get this like choppy action that's like with slightly lower highs, which is not fun. Right? We get this channeling down. It's very slow, but you're not finding a level for a secondary high or low yet. So like yes, someone is absorbing down here, but it feels kind of like it can really just kind of either like really push down because we're not seeing what we need to at the middle. I don't know. I understand that like there is someone absorbing down here, but it's not we're not seeing anyone willing to lift and reattempt these highs yet, which is kind of weird. Yeah, that's why it's like I don't you don't want to like over leverage into that. And we'll get this 15-minute candle right now. Like, do you feel confident that this is going to happen? I'll feel much better about this once we can get through this and make VWAP supportive. This is Russell testing value high and previous day value low as supportive. So we're really watching to see if buyers, whoa, wrong tool. If buyers can build here and then get back over this. If this continues to just hold its resistance, then there's nothing here. For NQ, I'm not touching anything in this range. I'm not seeing enough. Full range rotation on NQ. And there's just no one in the middle of this range that is willing to do anything. This is why it's like there's not really an opening. Either you're willing to play these edges and this guy's going to continue to absorb down here and you play into this high. But so far, like there's been nothing actionable in the middle. Nothing. Minute until new 15s. Up flex. I'm fine with the RTY as long as we're holding this green box. If we lose this, then we're going to have steeper retraces, probably back down to value low, just to fill this LVN that we've created. I'm fine with us making like this upper distribution, but if we have to come back down into this, that's an issue. So still kind of bullish here, as long as this value edge is holding and we're able to do that push. It's just going to take a bit. Again, if we lose this, then I'm looking for something like this, rotation down like that. Big level here on Russell into 64. Someone's still willing to absorb on NQ. I just don't think it's tradable. Either buyers get us back over 980, or they push us below 965 and then hold that as offer. That's kind of what I'm seeing right now.
At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from ECB's Lagarde, who gives a lecture at an IMF event.
Really nice bounce off of 64s on Russell. Immediate bounce and push. See if we can get back over previous day value low at our 86 edge. NQ still holding 80s as resistance. Rotating back down to 65. Sellers attempting here again to our lower edge on NQ. More size. Russell back up to our value high edge. Sell side really trying to push us below now on NQ. I'll look for a retest of 65s.
According to CCTV, China and the US held their fifth meeting of Economic Working Group. So China expressed concerns on tariffs and the investment cap and sanctions. So at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from ECB's Lagarde, who gives a lecture at an IMF event.
Just watching NQ come up into this 55 to 65. That's where you expect offer to be sitting. And ES into 750, 751. Start value low edge. Watching to see how we react here. We're watching to see if this is resistance for continuation down. Same thing on NQ into this FEG we just created. Needs to be sell side pressure here or more downside. RTY is still just bouncing 64, no change.
Shortly expecting comments from ECB's Lagarde.
$40 until new 15s. Hopefully that gives us a trading opportunity because this has not been great for entries. Yeah, same, man. I think if 64 goes offer here, then we do the full rotation through LVN.
ECB's
And that can
Lagarde
be good
says
for us.
unwinding of inflation shock is remarkable, and uncertainty ahead is still profound.
New 15s have opened. Still just
And
waiting.
inflation is to return to 2% target in the second half of 2025.
Yeah, RTY structure is usually pretty solid. Only problem is that if you're trying to scalp it, you can run into issues where when we get into volatility, the spread gets a little awful. Like we'll just gap down sometimes or gap up, and that can be pretty bad. But that's one of those things you'll start to understand if you trade it. Yeah, fills are a bit hard. RTY, really great rejection of 64s, and now pushing down through our value. I really don't think NQ is all that tradable, to be honest, right now. I still haven't taken anything. Like, it's just this slow grind downtrend that I was talking about. I think it's pretty visually apparent on the 15. Just switch over to that real quick. Right, like we're just selling. But like the action hasn't been great for this sell. 400 contracts so far eaten into 925. There's a buyer attempting here. I just don't know if it's going to hold or if that'll go offer again, and then we get another big old red candle to the downside with these guys caught. I'd be a lot more confident in trying to trade this if RTY wasn't in the middle of nowhere. Like if we did the full fill off of this squeeze candle up and we were back into the basing at our lows, I'd feel a lot more confident because then I'd believe that RTY was going to be able to find a basing there, right? So like, let's say RTY has to come up to here and then we get one last leg down, then we find a basing with NQ finding a buyer at the same time. To me, this is a much easier trade to deal with because we have the overall market in sync. With Russell kind of now just retesting POC as resistance here, I still want this fill. Like, I want the fill of this big upside candle. With before that, it's going to feel a bit funky, I guess is probably the best word to use. A bit clunky. The fuck? I did not see. That's good. I was watching a bunch of people lose all of their games last night from ganking. Yeah, Vegas was on like a 20. They lost like 15 games in a row because they were still trying to play the game like they have been for the last 1,000 hours. Russell has now done a full value rotation from value high to value low. Still watching this blue box below us. We're watching to see if buy side can find any sort of value down here. I think that we can come down a bit more into our POC shift, but that's where I'm looking for the market to find a buyer overall. Need to see NQ over 35s. That's our first real test. Buy side needs to show a bid above 35, 42. Russell now coming into our full value rotation. So let's see if buy side is sitting here into our PVZ zone, or if this will go resistance for a continuation down and a much steeper and violent pullback. This is a good area to see if buyers are serious now that we've retraced this entire move up. Nah, man, I haven't touched it. Russell there was my last hope for any long side for the short term. We didn't see a good enough bounce there. Now just watching this area for our offer. Into our ADR, so see what happens. To me, it's been way too noisy. Russell retesting our pivot. And Q probably has room up to 95 if we can hold here at 80s. Just keeping an eye on RTY here. If this look below holds, right, then we get continuation down. If not, we look for the pushback above this 57.50 or 57.2 and then kind of just rotate back up with these guys being trapped then. But I need to see what we do here. There's your push into 95s on NQ off of the hold of 80s. Yeah, I tend to just not trade if I don't have a good read or if the setups just aren't there. Like, yeah, we have trend down, but I mean, I'm fine not trading it.
It's 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We expect comments from Fed's Waller, who will be interviewed on CNBC.
Same thing as this 80 level. If 905 goes supportive, you should be able to get another like 25 points, I would assume. But expect sell side to be sitting here. We have to eat through this first. If you look at our distribution, does it make sense with what I'm saying? Or we'd want to see buyers be building at this 905 tail for a rotation up to our 25. So that's just filling this poor structure here. And nothing about this signifies a reversal yet, by the way. Like, we're still just in our overall downtrend. We need to see 900s, 95, 900 really hold as supportive here on NQ for secondary buyers. You're looking for buyers to be pretty active on any dip into this for a continuation up to show a willingness to now hold this distribution as our edge high. And that'll be your first sign of like, oh, there's potentially something here for a continuation up. But Russell rejected our zone, was unable to make it supportive again. Two weeks away. Wow.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Waller, who speaks on a CNBC interview.
Pushing into our 25-30 area. Good first risk off if you're trading off 905. This is just POC from previous candle. Still have not broken our downtrend.
Shortly expecting comments from Fed's Waller.
And if we lose this 900, 905, then we're gonna have to pull back to this imbalance that we created below that, which is this blue box. It's the last chance for longs if this 900, 905 doesn't hold. So I really want to see buyers continue to step in here if they're real, right? If not, then we fill into this structure below. So this is just oscillating right now between these two levels. This would be resistance and then a push down into this. Sell side sitting below here would lead down more. This would be a push into this and then recovery. Russell leading down now, reversing from what was happening earlier with NQ leading down and RTY being able to hold our highs. Our big pivot here has been holding as resistance, and we're now pushing down. ADR below us. Again, there's like a decent chunk of volume that's been traded here at 900s, but if we lose this, there's not really much until 75, 75, 80. I would need to see buyers continue to find value here and get us over 25s.
Fed's Waller says, when asked about a 50 basis point rate cut, that it was the right number.
The right number.
Are at a point that the economy is strong and we want to keep it that way.
Back to our 25s, off of 5 points of risk. See if we can build above. Got to recover this POC as supportive.
Fed's Waller says, in terms of 25 basis points versus 50, my speech 2 weeks ago said 25 is a good idea, but I was open to 50. Fed's Waller says the inflation data during the blackout period pushed me to the 50 basis point cut. So the CPI report and PPI report flowing into PCE inflation was my consideration. And I estimate that August
Looks
PCE
good
will
so
be
far.
very low.
Into our value high edge.
Wallace
Or
says the
sorry,
core
value low.
PCE is running below our target.
We're looking to recover this POC and then retest this seller here at 55 to 65. Needed to get over this edge for an actual, like, real entry that isn't outside of value. So expect sell side to be sitting here into 55, 65, and then I want to see value then
Feds
hold
Wallace says inflation is softening much faster than I thought it
like
was going
this.
to.
That'd be ideal if we were able to test into this and then retest our value edges supportive on right here. That is what I will be watching for.
Seeing strength in the S&P. Feds Waller, when asked about the pace of cuts, says, I have several scenarios that will determine the pace, and it will depend on data. Feds Waller says, I could imagine going 25 at the next meeting or two.
Retesting our value edge now. See if buyers are willing to take in size.
Feds Waller says, but if the labor market worsens and inflation data softens quicker, we could do more.
Anything in this blue box
Waller says we could
should be
even
seen as
pause
supportive.
depending on the data.
Getting up some volatility with this Fed speaker, but we're playing off of these buyers that are present here. We know that sellers are above, right? We're now watching to see if these secondary buyers are willing to step in and absorb here. Russell rejected our pivot again. ES is attempting our value edge as supportive.
Feds Waller says we see a lot of room to move down in the next 6 to 12 months. Biden says Congress needs to pass the government funding measure. BP, Azeri, SOCAR sign an MOU on 2 Caspian Sea blocks.
Russell testing our edge again here. NQ holding our 33. Need to get over 42.50 and make this 55.65 supportive. Buyers are showing up where they need to. It's just a bit slower. ES holding our value edge. We might have to range here for the next 4 minutes until new 15s, sadly. I need confirmation over 65s. There's nothing wrong playing off of this 33.42, but understand that like this is sell side above us that we got to get over. Really need to see that look over 65s here. Buyer's attempting again, even getting absorbed. I'm targeting up into like 2,000 or 20,000 if we can get this push over 65 and hold. You've got absorption at this like 65.70. We get over that, then there's nothing really stopping us up till 20k. That's just where our 50-minute VWAP is, by the way. So this 88 to 20k is what I'm watching. It's this. For Russell, off of the recovery of this, we're watching this as PT 62.5, 64. Risking off one Russell here, 62.5. For NQ, you're looking for 88. Risk off into that, 88 to 20k. Great job, kids. Confluence is king, man. We can just wait for the market to like find these pivots together. Things just play so much better. Crazy. It's hard to like, I don't want to say ignore, but it's hard to like not get caught up in the move down. Even though like in my opinion, there weren't a lot of great trading opportunities in that. There were a couple reoffers that were okay, but I'm not a huge fan of not being already in and then trying to capture something if it's not moving as quickly as I want. I'm fine with shorts in a fast market. I'm not great with shorts in a slow market. I think that there's too much potential for reversals to happen and to get like chopped up. But just waiting for like actual buying to start to step in a recovery of key levels, usually is just the way to go. So we can walk through this area again and just show what we were looking at. Okay. Yeah, so what I saw was we got a nice little pop, right? But what that pop did is if we look on like the 5 minute, it created some imbalances that were interesting. We had this imbalance here at 905 to 900 that I really enjoyed. This is our first structure off of this wick low, which is very much just like noisy to me. But we had our like an FVG, if you will say, or an imbalance that was created here between this candle and this wick high off of this huge wick up that we saw. So this is an area that I really liked because it was 5 points of risk where we could play off of, and we are just looking for this to hold. And this gave you your first look to see if secondary buyers were stepping in here. Um, we had this fill, right? So this area previous balance that held as supportive. So we just came back down to basically this range that was being traded here. This made for a good area to potentially find a low, but there was no confirmation yet. So what I was looking for was for this 900 to 905 area to hold as supportive because we had an imbalance on price structure on the 5 minute time frame, the 1 minute time frame, et cetera, et cetera. This area also had a lot of deltas that were worth looking at, keeping an eye on to let us know if this was going to hold as supportive. There's a shitload of volume that was traded at 900s, which I found to be a bit interesting. And we can see that on the footprint chart that I'll post in 1 second. So this is what I was looking at on footprint. And that's this same area here, this 900 905, where it's what I was talking about. It's like this 900 905 is going to hold, or we're going to have to rotate back down to this 7580 because there's nothing in between. So this is our first area of buyers that I'm actually interested in because we've recovered a key level where sellers were loading the boat before, and we're now seeing pretty active buyers stepping in here, which is giving me confidence that there's maybe a secondary leg up. We don't want to be playing into this. There's nothing very actionable into this low, but a secondary look with a 5 points of risk here feels a lot better to attempt to then look for more another push up, right? And then our target above this was just 25s, which is just this absorption that we were seeing into this high, where we were seeing these sellers step in here again, and then these buyers off sides. So to me, it was like, okay, we need to now get over 25s, or we're going to rotate between 900 and 25 over and over again until we figure out what we're doing. So that was the first signs where we started to talk. Secondary signs was this 33 to 42. What we were looking at was another imbalance that was here from sellers. And we can see that on our footprint as well, where we were expecting a push back above. This is what we had drawn out, right? And go back to the 15-second chart. And this is the most important area. This is where I actually took a trade. We were looking for a move like this, right? We know sellers are sitting here at 55 to 65. And so it's very important to realize that we're going to pull back from here, right? This area is sell side. We can see that very clearly here with this imbalance that was put on our footprint chart. There's very clearly sellers that were willing to absorb there. And so we should be expecting a flagging formation to have to happen from that test into that area. I would have been very surprised if we didn't have to pull back off of that. But what that did create for us is this zone below where we want to see buyers interested. And so if we have an idea of what we should be expecting from sellers and what we should be expecting from buyers in two different areas, right? A high or low off of our 900 905, what I'm looking for is just a pullback into this for a continuation up. And we have very good confluence with this area into our 3342 with Russell holding above our key pivot, right? This is our first attempt where we're looking above and we're actually getting what we were looking for a buy side reaction. So for me, this area is where POC is and where these buyers are developing here at this 33 to 42. I'm looking for that pullback into this area, and I'm seeing that the Russell wants to work with NQ here. So as long as this is holding above and we're seeing bids continue to step in here into this 33, I have a good feeling that we can continue upward. And our target was this 88 to 20K. That just made sense to me because that's where our 15-minute VWAP was. So if we are seeing active buyers starting to step in, and we are, so this 33 to 42 was also where we had a stacked buy side imbalance that developed out. We filled it, right? So it's not showing anymore. But there was a buyer imbalance here that was being shown just like this red one. And so that's an area where there's liquidity resting. So as long as that liquidity is there, we are looking for it to be filled, and then we're looking for a continuation in the same direction. And we can see that on footprint again. Let me draw a box. All right. So it's going to be a bit hard to see in the 15-minute chart, which is why it's just worth watching to where this is accumulating. But this is that area where we're starting to see buyers push up into this area. We saw that absorption into our 5560, right? That's this. And then we got our pullback into this area. So I'm watching these buying deltas that are positioned here. And then I'm looking for a pop back up into them. And now we're seeing that absorption is trying to now, or buyers are now trying to hold where this absorption was happening before. So it's just a 3-leg thing where we see active buyers start to participate here. That gives us our push up. We then see absorption happening into this high. We're then looking for a pull back. We then see buyers willing to absorb and hold here. And then we're looking for a secondary move up like this. And now, where these sellers were positioned before, we're now looking for it to be supportive for a continuation higher. If these guys now caught offsides into this like 60. If that can hold, then we have this really nice channeling up with sellers getting caught off sides and buyers then holding a shifting value up from where previous sellers were. Right? Like that's all it is. But like without seeing any of this, this area just isn't actionable. But because we are seeing these areas and we're seeing these imbalances being created on the way up, we know that there's someone actively trading this and it's not just passive. So that's literally all it is. And then it's just waiting, taking profit into like our RTY pivot, because we know that if Russell loses momentum, then the market's going to chop again, and we just want to chill. And the reason why we can put a target up at that 20K to 88 area is because we're just reverting back to a mean. That's what it looks like to me. So like yeah, we're balanced here now, but I still believe that we're just headed back up to this this VWAP. This is where this basing occurred before, right? Where we were unsure about what we were going to do directionally. We're just retesting this area now, right? So if we can get back in, then this is the mid of this range. And this is where we started the stream, was in this garbage. But yeah, for my triggers are usually just like, can NQ and RTY find a similar area to bounce and recovery of an area? Is there someone active on footprint and on DOM eating up orders? has there been a shift of value, and where are those shifts occurring? Were we able to create, like a fair value gap or an imbalance on the way up? And what is happening when we come back and retest those areas? Is there a buyer that's actively willing to absorb into them, right? So like something that you can easily do for yourself is just have a 3 or a 5, minute chart open, and even if you're trading on a 1 minute or a 15-second or a 30-second, look at how price was able to one time frame up on a higher time frame and use those zones where we have untested liquidity, right? Or areas where we haven't had to come back down and retest from that candle, and see if we can hold them, right? If we can, then like that's an area where we of interest where it's like we should be looking for secondary buyers here. And if they are actively trading there, like that's something that we can use for an entry. Um, yeah. And what's the most important factor is use it for an entry that isn't trying to catch this wick low, right? Because this is like, okay, yeah, maybe it keeps going up, or maybe it keeps going down, maybe it chops here. There's nothing really yet that I want to trade because it's still murky because we're still in a downtrend. But they're the signs from this candle that we can start to look for actionable plays afterwards, right? A break of a downtrend, a push up. And that's the stuff that we want to be looking at, because this isn't like, oh yeah, we bounced, but was there an entry there? I didn't see it. Maybe there was, but I definitely saw secondary and tertiary entries afterwards. Yeah, because like with an impulse, it keeps your trade here. Like this is old tech from back in the day, before we started to look at like footprint and all that stuff in more depth. But like when we see someone clearly trying to take in size into this low, I'm now just looking for imbalances to hold, right? So like anything that we test, I'm now watching to see if we create any sort of like upside thrust that we can then play off of for support to hold. So like you can go into a 3 or a 5. It's like, what are we creating here on this move up? Well, we've got some really nice or some very interesting imbalances that we can look at, right? We've got one here, we have one here, we have one here. And like these areas can become areas where you're looking for price to be able to hold, right? And get buyers to absorb into. And so what you're looking for when you're doing stuff like this is you want not just a trade structure, but look at footprint and see if there's any interest in these areas as well. So if we create a push up and we have an imbalance that we can fill into an area, like I want to have my risk to reward and my stop into this area, and I want to be playing for upside. Like this can be what you're looking for. So I want my stop below the FEG. I want my entry at the FEG. And then I want to be looking for pullbacks into these areas for upside. And it should at least be 2 to 1. It should be much higher than that, ideally. But like I think the 5 minutes a good chart to play off of for stuff like that. But you're just looking for how what does liquidity look like in those areas of interest? And like when we have confluence with delta by price or like a footprint chart, like that's where things can get really interesting. Because we don't want just a price-based imbalance. We want a actual volume-based imbalance, right? We want to see buyers that have actually pushed the spread, and it's very clear that there was someone who attempted there and had size on. And so we can use footprint then to kind of get rid of some of these just price-based SVGs, which tend to have like it's a little wishy-washy on if they're going to work or not. But then using that with confluence of like a imbalance that's actually been created by a push in the spread, and we've one time framed up, and there's a liquidity void, right? Like those are the things that we actually can have interest in, and that's what we saw. That's all. Now Russell's just oscillating this garbage. Same with NQ, just trying to get back into this previous range. But yeah, I mean, again, like 5 points of risk should be an area where you're willing to attempt, in my opinion. 5 points is such a good risk to reward. And even if you didn't play off of that 905 to 900, like just playing off of this understanding of like seller values here, and we're looking for this buyer shift into 33 to 42 is so worth. Because we have Russell confluence with it, holding our pivot, and ES holding like value, right, on this look back in. Like that just trading back up to POC then. And now we're just holding 88 as resistance, which was our PT. What's up, Clubhouse? As soon as you get like that feeling that a reversion is happening, it's like, oh, okay, well, like what, how do we get, like there's a difference between like, okay, we think a reversion's potentially happening. What are our targets on the higher time frame? And like to me, that's usually like, okay, well, how do we get back up to that 15-minute VWAP, right? Like what is the pathing that we're gonna have to do where we can grab an entry without being offside for too long while we make our way up, right? Because like you could buy any point in this wick and still be profitable if our target is up into 20K. But do you really want to be in a 30-point area of risk before this trade actually happens? Right? Like that's one of the biggest issues with futures is like we all are trading different risk. And so trying to find areas where we can find active buyers that are going to take us to our target with minimal drawdown is key. Because like yeah, we're going to revert, right? We're going back up here. But are you comfortable being offside for a bit on the way up? And most of you are not. And so we have to like really hone in on areas of interest and make them as minimal risk as possible because a lot of you are unwilling to have entries that chop or go into a bit of drawdown. Even if the overall projection is, for 100 points up. Because you still aren't calculating your risk to reward yet before you're taking trades. I just went over it, Adam. We had secondary buyers where we needed to show that there was interest in the move after our wick low. Yeah, I totally get you, Kels. And so like on those days, like I tend to not we might even have like a solid read for the move down in that choppy action, but like until I feel confident and I see exactly what I'm looking for, I tend to not trade because it's just not I don't have as high confidence, right? And that's the same thing you're kind of saying. It's like you gotta wait for your setup, especially on days where you have an okay read, but it's not in the direction you want, and it's not doing exactly what you thought it would at the speed. The speed is important at which you thought it would, right? I don't want to be trading slow markets. I don't want to be stuck in a position. I don't want to be stuck with risk on in a choppy market. I just don't. It never feels worth. Even when I make money, it doesn't feel worth. The emotional toll that it takes on you being in a choppy market, even on a winning trade, is just not worth. Mental capital is just as important as actually preserving mental capital is just as important as preserving like your actual capital on days like today. Because if you've been chopped up for the last 2 hours waiting for this move, you're going to be way less inclined to put on the necessary risk in an area that actually makes sense. And there we are, right into our 15-minute VWAP. But if you have no mental capital and only mental debt, I don't know, man. The hard one. Debt to who? The brainworm in Kiz's brain. Better serve. Have a great weekend, man. So that's what here's what these looked like on NQ and RTY for me. Just with what we went over trade wise. It's weird that the saturation is different on different monitors when I screenshot. Kind of odd. But that's just that 30 area on NQ, and then that's just the recovery of this 55, 57 area on RTY. I'm just playing it up into target. And you can see we're not playing around with the dip. We're just waiting for a recovery, and then secondary buyers stepping in, playing off of the imbalance hold, playing into target. Holding a runner for our 20K. All right, I'm gonna grab some water real quick. We're seeing absorption take place into our 15-minute VWAP. I don't know if there's going to be another trade until the new 15s open in a minute and 40 seconds. I'll be back by then. Give me 1 second though. Okay, new 15s opening. Couple seconds here. Again, just at our 15-minute VWAPs on both ES, RTY, and NQ. Need to make those supportive on a look above, or sell side can just sit here again and rotate us back down. Excuse me. Jesus. Man, I took a nap yesterday after eating, and I woke up at like 11 p.m. and could not fall asleep again until like 3 in the morning. Just feels bad. Like, oh, this is it. I'm gonna get my sleep. I'm gonna get a good night's rest, and then just like energized after this nap. Always a mistake. I know, man. Felt like I got like 10 hours of sleep after that nap. You actually wake up from that 30-minute alarm? I feel like I just sleep through it. I don't know. Naps just knock me out. I need that like Navy SEAL sleep schedule where I can fall asleep in 5 seconds, feel well rested after 30 minutes, wake back up. 30 minutes only a night. What does he do with the rest of his time? What do you do? I already feel like I do not sleep enough. Good look above our 15-minute VWAP. ES trying desperately to get over this value high and ETH low here. See if we can hold. We're into our PVZ target and just our day open as of right now. Russell still rotating between our two pivots. I'm not incredibly interested until we see RTY get over value high. Don't know if this is just going to oscillate here for the rest of the day or if we're actually going to be able to build above. I'm flat, just waiting. We hit target and now it's just waiting it out to see how we can build here. This still looks fine. It's just a bit slower on the push up. Um, but yeah, I mean this looks good. Nothing to worry about at least yet. I'd love to see a retest of 20K on NQ and then a continuation higher. I think that that's my primary look right now. Understand that like all we're doing is we're back to the top of the range here, right? So this is the same range that we were talking about earlier, where this is our top level and this is our bottom level. And my concern is that we're just going to be oscillating this node for a bit. So I want to see a pretty strong willingness to hold our upper edge and then start to build above if we were going to continue higher, right? Get over these sellers that are very clearly here and show a willingness to transact back above. Again, like I don't want to long the highs without a very clear break and hold. Or there's a lot of potential for us to just kind of like do this oscillation back down through this range, right? We've built up this huge node here, and we've got a bit more of a tail on this end where sellers are. So just want to see if we can build it out on the upper, right? Like this is where I want to see buyers holding and building this out and then filling some of this structure here. So I'm just waiting, but I want to give you my understanding of like this is just us reverting back to this old range, and I need to see a very clear hold above before we try anything again. Because we should be expecting sell side to be pretty present in this LVN above, right? Long from O3. Yeah, I think that's fine. And that's basically where I'm looking for price to pull back to if it was going to, like, right, that 20K, that O3 area. And if it doesn't have to do that, then it probably just comes up into that LVN into like 25, 27. I basically just want to see us show any interest holding above our purple line here, which is our 15-minute VWAP. Right? We've had so much interest below it. Can we start to build above, right? Like every candle that's looked above so far has just like looked up into the highs and then kind of sold, right? We haven't seen like a very good strong look above and the ability to then build. It's just like this rotation around it. We finally got far enough away from it where a reversion made sense, but now it's like, okay, can we actually show an interest up here to build? And if we can, then I think that we can actually push. Yeah, this is a pretty good zone here between our two PVZs. Just watch to see if our value high edge can hold. $50 until new 15s. New 15s opening now. You want to see continued absorption into basically this 210. Sorry, this 010. If not, then I think that coming back down makes a lot of sense first before we can continue onward. I'm actually going to change this level now that we are building new structure. And just to have the same. As long as 10s are holding, we're alright. You got someone that's caught off sides down at 80s. We can see that here as well. We're just watching to see if secondary buyers on this candle can hold up here at this 10 or coming back down to POC and just filling this LVN is what I'm watching for. All right, so if we don't see this buyer continue to absorb off of this, then just fixing the structure and pulling back into this node, what I'm watching for. And that looks like this on our current candle on footprint, just to give an idea of how I found that. Right, so we can see this guy that's here, and we're just trying to see if we can hold this 10, or we have this room, right, with the lack of deltas in between. So 20K is just our 15-minute VWAP, and then our guy who's offsides is down at 80. So really watching this zone in particular below us to see how we react into it from buyer reactions if we don't just hold at 10s. They're attempting again here at 10s, secondary size. It's like 200 contracts so far. So there's like a total of 400 that have been absorbed so far into 010. If they can push below, then we might be able to see some acceleration. If they're able to hold, then they'll be offsides, but we need to see a new high on NQ for them to be punished. Or we're just going to see them take control, right? Slowly pushing this offer down. It's just a standard VWAP. I have it on I keep a Globex VWAP on. Right, so this is just a standard trading view VWAP. I just keep it on my footprint chart. It's the only indicator that I have on, just to give me an understanding of like where volume's been trading and where like our mean is. Yeah, no, that doesn't exist. That's just something that I found useful as a reference point on footprint, but definitely not something that's necessary. And if you're looking for it, it's not labeled as VWAP. Like you can't just search the word VWAP. You have to go to technicals, and it's called volume weighted average price. So this is actually VWAP, right? If you just want the standard, it's that. Russell falling, still holding our zones. Nothing for me yet on NQ. Not seeing what I need to yet. Right, we're just seeing sellers now holding us below 010, or attempting to at least. With ES holding our value edge. So that's fine, but we just have this resistance above us, so it's a very tight range. I'd like to see everything kind of come to a low at the same time for a bounce. Mhm. Dude, Flex, you are unhinged, brother. Holy.
Hello, everybody.
Morning.
up, Rory? I miss you, man. Looks like you guys had two pretty nice rotations. We'll see what the afternoon brings. If we can get something good or not.
Rory, have you listened to that new Spirit Box song that came out a couple weeks ago? Soft Spine. So heavy compared to. It's got me excited for what their new album's gonna be like.
I did not hear Sig. I just realized that. Is he talking?
Yo, test.
How can you guys hear him but not me? What?
He said skill issue.
Oh, I figured it out. Okay, I can hear you now. Holy cows.
Morning.
I saw Rory typing and I was like, what is going on? The Discord changed my output
Ah, yeah.
device. Okay. Hello. If you said anything to me, I'm sorry I ignored you.
Oh, you're good. I just said good morning. Yeah, I played the rotation up. I didn't play the rotation down. Didn't feel good. But then I think a decent amount of people captured the reversal though. It's just like really sporadic with divergence with Russell, and I just was not having it. Didn't feel great, so just didn't touch it until we've like put in that wick low, and then we played a secondary move up. So you haven't really missed much on today's action, to be honest.
No, it looks pretty good, but
Yeah,
there's like the middle pauses at POC
yeah.
look a little like, is it gonna go? And then it's like, oh, I missed it, or like, or you catch it, kind of action.
Yeah, it's like okay, like clearly there's a trend down, but like what's the opportunity cost for me trying to play it?
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
I think we have potential for a lot more if Russell can break here. If we can get back over 64, 66, things don't look terrible. It's just such a tight
EQ's
range.
in this upper node now. I mean, ES has a decent amount of room into like 10 points into Globex high. And yesterday's, what, 70 is yesterday's value low? Yeah.
Like really keeping an eye on just like this like this is a chunky area on RTY with these like the selling deltas here and just,
Yeah.
but like there's like nothing above. Interesting. Getting off your phone once a week. I have to go AFK for like 2 minutes and take a call. I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
you're good. NQ retesting, node edge here. The RTY was not able to get over value high back to POC. Yes, holding above value high. Q, back to middle node. It's POC and kind of like VWAP from Globex zone. Another LVN rejection. Yes, still pretty much a doji here, value high.
Ugh, I hate these slowdowns. Good bounce off our 20K so far, but need to see the break of the downtrend. Feel like if 20K doesn't hold, it's just like straight to 80. But we'll see. Just watching 020 here. It's where your sell side would be sitting if it was going to hold this range. For another lower high. I really think we're just waiting on RTY to figure out what it wants to do up here. New 15s in 20 seconds. Right? Or no? Yeah.
Yes.
this weird issue where like one of my monitors that's above one of my new monitors, I can't move my mouse down unless I like really use force, or it'll get stuck on the bottom
Oh,
of the
I had
monitor.
a problem like that. I am well, you sent the monitor layout like on Windows where
Yeah.
it's pretty stacked. I think that's how I fixed mine was adjusting that.
Like if I use any sort of speed, it'll go to the other monitor, but if I try to do it slowly, it gets stuck in between them. So strange.
Very weird.
It's so weird.
Literally just bought all new monitors because
Okay, bud. I just brought a bunch of I think these are 32-inch 2K ViewSonics. They're nothing crazy. I just upgraded my 27s to 2K and then added a bit more size. I got rid of the ultra wide. The backlight died on it. It's like okay, it's might as well just replace it with two 27 or two 32s next to each other. Yeah, 27s feel great from the 24s. That's such a worthwhile upgrade. Yeah, that's okay. I feel like you 27s are still good for 1080, but anything over that, you gotta go to 2K. So I have two 32s at 2K below, and then I have two 27s at 1080 above. And I just put my Discord and like Twitter feed on the 27, and then I put Trading View on the 27 as well. Because streaming at 2K sucks. Resolution's terrible for you guys.
little peak RTY here and Q still under LVN. ES and RTY are peaking here. I
What's
won't say
stand?
pesting, but
I think it might just be like an Amazon Basics 2 monitor stand. Don't know. Don't need anything too fancy for that. Oh no, it's a Vive, I think is the brand. Wait, let me look. Viv? And Vivo, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, Vivo. I don't know. I just bought it on Amazon. Yeah, just like that. Two hanging above. 20's holding his offer, just rotating in a 20-point range. Pretty garbage. Russell still holding resistance. I've yet to try the vertical monitor. Sure, it'd be good for Discord and stuff like that. I don't trust this 20k level on this attempt. We'll see what happens, but I think we'll probably have to go a bit deeper. This is just VWAP on the 15, and it's been our pivot. It's our previous target for longs. I want to see if we can hold here. There's a lot more selling now off of that rejection at 20s. So I'd like to see some active buyers before I participate at all. I don't really have any levels here until we get down to like 88, 80, 80, 88 on NQ if 20 goes offer. I'm a bit worried about this look below on RTY. If this can't get back over 64s, right, to lead down. So I'm just not trading it because we have a bit of divergence there. GME is trending on Twitter.
Oh boy. I guess it is OPEX Friday.
Someone bought $92 million worth of shares today.
Hmm.
almost at POC here on NQ. Russell with that weakness that we talked about at that 64, just doing that push down, which is why I wasn't interested in longs on NQ. This is that move that we were talking about. $40 until the 15s. You have sell side positioned at this like 10 to 15 area above us on NQ. Just gonna watch for what happens into that. RTY is still just making clear lower highs, lower lows. This little channel. Testing into these sellers now. See if we can push over or if they just hold it. I am flat, just waiting. Buyer's definitely attempting where the sellers was before at this 10. You don't want to see it really go any lower. You want that box to now hold as supportive, and then we want to see a breach of this high at 20.
Nice little retest on ES there.
$11.15. I don't know. Like I think NQ has more upside on the day, at least to retest our highs. I don't know if we double top there or not, but I don't know if we're like bullish. Or like structurally we're in like a weird area. We're in the middle of nowhere. I think if Kamala wins, we don't do well. I don't see why we would. At least at first, I would see a decent amount of money pull out of the market with the new tax plan unrealized. I'm sure that it comes back in, but it's going to be for sure a bit of a scare. And you're already seeing it with some of the larger firms. I mean, even like Buffett is sitting on so much cash right now. Like he's definitely pricing in a Kamala win.
Only up.
I think this was a good Dom trade off of tens, but I don't think it was alertable. And it's still not very worth. It's only like 12 points. It's not great. But you can see that shift of deltas here from that being a sell block to a buy block. Stuff of at that 10. And then you could see it on the Dom, but again, like I'm not really interested in trading this range at all. We've got secondary buyers trying to step in here again at 25. I think something to keep in mind of why I'm really not interested in longs up here is 030 is our 30-second opening range low, right? So like so far we're just rejecting that. I need to see us start to build above that. And then like 60 is our 30-second opening range high. So like kind of showing that is like a bearish to neutral zone right now feels a bit better to me than trying to long into resistance. But if we can start to like build above that, then we have the ability to expand because we're showing that the morning open, right? Like our opening prices are no longer holding us below them, right? Like we're no longer holding below them, and that those guys who have been selling there are willing to now stop selling there, and buyers are now willing to push up. So I'm just really not a longer into resistance believer. It's not
It will be very clear if we
yeah.
decide to break out.
Until then, like I'm just gonna continue to think we just range here for a bit. Again, like this resistance on Russell is pretty obvious. 66 is previous day value low, and we've been holding that as resistant. So like we're failing to get back into yesterday's value as of right now. We can start to make that supportive. That's also our value high basically on RTY. So that would be like us looking above and then showing a willingness to transact in yesterday's auction. So something like this would be ideal for us to have the inclination that we want to go up. And I'm just really not all that interested in like a 20, 30 point range on NQ. Like the move once we break out of this chop that we've been trading in for an hour now. Like we've NQ's basically been trading in a 30 point range for an hour. So like there's going to be a decent amount of people who are caught off sides when we actually do break into a direction. And that should be worthwhile. But I don't really think that there's a great shorting opportunity unless we either show a very clear willingness to hold below NQPOC, which is at like that 88, and our ETH low, which is at that 80, that level that I've been talking about over and over again, or we retest our highs up into 50s and tag it and then figure out what happens there. To me, it just seems like longs are kind of in control, but we're ranging. 20 seconds until new 15s. Ranges are holding. No change. No shift. Another bounce of 20K. No shift. Pretty boring.
The range be ranging.
Seller's really attempting here at this 20k edge. So far getting absorbed, but I don't know if buyers will be able to hold it. Just so hard how passive it is. Like at this whole area. But they're definitely here. At this point, like I almost just want the liquidity grab into here and then recovery of this. Like a push down into ETH low on NQ and then recovery of our 20k level and then a pop. Just don't know how much more liquidity is present here.
Seller trying to drop offer here on ES towards the 63.
$20 until new 15s. I'm watching to see if we can hold below POC from previous candle, just sitting here at this like 20K level. First risk off here into 80s for me, off the hold of 20K, retest. This is where I watch to see if this is just going to become a liquidity grab and we can get back over, just like I drew up before. Can we find some absorption here and then get back above for a rotation? Or is this going to be a deeper pullback, right? If this ETH low is lost at our 80, back down to like 60s. You can see buyers really attempting here as well on footprint to maintain here at our 80 level. Next target here into 60s.
RTY value low. ES looking at a POC node.
If you're playing longs, you need to risk off into 75, 80. We're just still in a selling trend, right? Need to recover. Just node to node here, filling our LVN.
idea value low here. ES value low.
Really watching this 55-65, see if offer can hold here. It's 10-point area. Sell side needs to hold if we're going to get continuation down. The issue is that if we do not, then we'll have sellers excess, right, outside of value, and then we'll have a potential to recover value for rotation back up to POC. So need to see sell side really willing to defend this node now. Mm. Good defense, 55, pushing down into next target, or 33 to 42. This is where we took our original longs. If you remember correctly, off of the reversal, the secondary buyers here. So we're now right back to where these guys were. So we're watching to see if they're still present. We don't see strong buyers here at this 33 to 42. Again, I don't have a ton until back down to 905 to that same area that we traded before, which is the first bounce target we were looking for from that 900 to 905. So really want to see if buyers are still present here or if this is going to go offer and then rotate down. This is a really important recovery if we can hold this 60-65 in bid. Now we have excess outside from the same buyer that we originally played off of for longs. And that should just be able to rotate back up to POC if we can hold here. A pretty big retest we're looking for. Same thing with Russell into our just our same zone before where we took our original longs. This 55.8 to 57.2. Things that we need to be careful about is that ES is already back to a POC and retesting its resistance. Retesting our value edge here on NQ into 55. I think like buyers need to hold here or it looks not great. Them being offsides now into the highs and failing to hold value. So this 55.65 needs to continue to hold as supportive. Or I'd expect us to continue to rotate down. 1 minute until new 15s. Pretty choppy still. There's clearly some absorption into 50s, 55s here, but I don't know if it's going to hold. I need to see a pretty strong look and hold over 65s for any upside. Or I still think that downside is likely down into that 900, 905 area. I don't know how long it's going to take to get there, but need to see buyers like really get us out of this for any confidence. New 15s opening now. Good first risk off into your wick lows, into our green box again. Watching to see if buy side's sitting here. Again, we need to see a push below 30s and then a offer for any continuation. Or this is just going to be our range. Pretty garbage, but it is holding value. Things I'm very interested in are, can the Russell now hold below and do the same leg down that we saw earlier in the day? This went supportive, then it went resistance for a larger move down. Or can we recover and then push back up to do this rotation again? So if Russell continues to have weakness below 57, then there's a good chance that we have one more leg down on the overall market. It's kind of my outlook.
Is it pumping off that? Like his.
Because Risking off another set here from 55s. Now into our lows again. Russell still leading us down.
Another edge test here, ES. RTY undervalue, retesting to the upside.
50 seconds until new 15s. Really keeping an eye on Russell into this 57.2, our value edge, this retest. This zone from 55 to 65 is still just where our offer has been sitting and absorbing buyers. Need to see interest above that for rotation back up to POC. We are still finding passive buyers willing to take in size at 33 to 42, but it's a very tight range and you have to respect it until we see that look below 30s and we can hold our value edges resistance for any more downside. Or we will just chop here in between these two until a decision is made. Our first look over on RTY. I'll be watching for a retest of that to see if this will lead to any upside. And we oscillate this range like we have pathed, or if this will be a look above and fail. I really want to see a retest of like 57.2, ideally. NQ not really in an area of interest for me. It's just sell side still. Still getting absorbed here. I'd love to see the Russell lead.
Your only real underlying lift here is Apple. It's actually pretty substantial through POC and VWAP up into sell side imbalance.
Literally the same trade that we took earlier. This is your first risk off into 87, 88. Which has a yellow zone from earlier, same buy zone as earlier. Russell recovered the same area from earlier. Got our bid. The exact same price action. So it's weird.
Best back to POC. VWAP area.
Pushing into secondary targets here, ES value high and our 20k target on NQ. Same place where we took our short for this push down. Good area to risk off a bit. Russell still holding where it needs to and pushing higher lows. Or sorry, yeah. Continuing off of our bounce. So just watching to see how we react from here. What an odd day. Can't believe we got the same trade twice. Like the exact everything. Just right back to our 15-minute VWAP.
big apple lift here. Big apple lift.
Two 15s are opening now. Right at our target. Expect this to have to like flag here, chop for a bit. See if we can build above our 50-minute VWAP. Pullback levels would be like 85, 86 to 80. 680. Yeah. Our yellow box here, really. If we need to pull back deeper, something like that. Just a POC. Not, then we'll just be looking for these rotations like we had earlier. RTY retesting our pivot, 57.2, immediate bounce. NQ came down, retested, back up to our highs here. Don't know if this is done. Might have one more choppy leg. See. Like to see Russell break the downtrend that it's starting to form in the smaller time frame. It's this little chop here. Formation.
I'm both still holding this lift. So quiet. What are you talking about?
I just have runners now from 70. So I've got nothing really to say. It's the literally the same trade we took 3 hours ago. It's just ranging. But we've had this area from our original long, my first trade of the day, from this 33 to 42, and it's still holding as buy side. And then we just rotated back up over 65s. We caught a bid and then played it back up to 20K. So it's actually the same trade. It's kind of mind blowing to me. I don't know if we get more. I mean, this level has been pretty harsh at 20K. This, I'm just looking for this pullback into POC now into 80s to see if we're going to be able to hold. If we can, then there's potential for more upside. If not, then we're rotating back down to 65, 67 to fill this LVN that we've created. But if buyers are present here, then we should be good. This is just NQ POC before the shift.
Halfway back here, ES and POC.
Yeah, exactly that, Dubs. It had the same confluence with RTY as well. Like this, it was the same thing. This is where we look for sell side off footprint, the POC of sell. Yeah, yeah. So we're just watching to see if we can hold here, club, at our 80. We're just chopping in between. Russell showing a bit of divergence, right? Where we were unable to break the highs, and now we're just back to our pivot. So just chop. I wasn't sure if we were going to be able to break out from there or if we needed the secondary leg down. But so far holding. ES just at POC, no change. Watching to see if Russell can find a low here or if it's going to make this resistance again. And then we have weakness, right? As long as this is bidding, these are okay. This is a great first risk off if you did trade off of the yellow box, just into our 20k. Very clear that someone is selling here. We need to show it as supportive above. I think if we can make this like 0450 on NQ or PVZ supportive on any look above, we just go to 30s. I think that's like the only levels I have. It's like 30 and then 50 above that. 30 is our value high edge, and then 50 is our previous value high edge before the shift down on PVZ. I don't know if we break out, guys. I'm in a runner. Gonna hang out.
I feel like Nvidia's back POC here and Tesla back POC VWAP, but I feel like that initial move was this crazy Apple pump. I want to see other underlyings participate. I mean, Russell's still kind of like in its own world.
Yeah. I tried to write out my thoughts on this low as best as I could on footprint here. We identified where sellers were getting absorbed. We identified where buyers were getting absorbed. We gave the condition for upside and target. Need to show secondary buyers above 65, and that bid will give you your upside into POC. That was target. So, like, everything's here. No more downside pressure for me until we show a willingness to trade below 30s. And then we can come back down to our like 900, 905. But this area is tough if you were not willing to just accept like there's someone here and there's someone here. We got to breach above or below. I think I might be moving apartments inside this building soon.
Ooh.
Hopefully that'll fix my internet. I don't have a lot of hope, but I'm trying to see if I can get a different one. Nah, they're not open. There's 2 floors above me right now. And then the top floor is just like a viewing deck with like a kitchen and a bunch of other stuff you can rent out. But the units up at these higher floors are just never open. But there's one going on market in like half a month. I want to see if I can transfer my lease, if they'll let me. Same floor. No, different floor. Nah, not at all. It's literally just like I can do it like in a night by myself. Just push it in an elevator, move it into the other room, you know? Like super easy. I'll just get a couple friends to help me. And there's 3 elevators. So we can do it if I do it all at like 12 in the morning when all of them are free. Probably
Like
move
2
in,
trips.
yeah, like probably move in like an hour. But I still have to see if they'll even let me move the lease. They're pretty nice, but that might be asking a lot. Getting that bid at our 0450. It's very important that NQ finds buyers here that are willing to trade. The things I'm worried about is like Russell is starting to diverge a bit. We can see a buyer step in here at this blue box. That's ideal for that shift up to our value high edge. Just watching our node. Good first risk off if you are trading off this blue box, just in case we don't break out. I'd like to see the full rotation into that 2730, but I'm always going to take off a little into our wick highs. See if RTY can get back over. ES testing our ETH low, top of range, same thing. If you're trading POC, it's just a good first risk off. 4 points. It's not bad. You've got room to 6175 value high. We can push over ETH low. Taking off one more here on NQ as we push into our value high into 2730 area. And this is ES into our value high. Nice hold of our blue box. Good push. Let's back up the value.
Intel Moon.
But it actually is like straight up below. Qualcomm approached Intel about a takeover is the potential news.
Oh, that's interesting. Probably just want their infrastructure.
Pushing into next target here into our top of range. Really nice bid and hold on Russell, retesting highs. If you've got runners, congrats. See if we can build. To me, 47 to 58 is pretty hard resistance. But if we can show willingness to trade through, huge, you know?
You have Microsoft testing afternoon auction here from the downside, Nvidia range high, Tesla value high, Apple hive day. Does Qualcomm still do the Apple chips at all? Maybe that's why Apple is going early on that news.
Not sure.
It's a quiz question, as he hate watches everything they do.
Yeah. All right, well, that was the full sequence for me. I don't really have much else here. These are just our zones that we built out earlier from my first explanation when we traded that 30-40 area. Just right back up to our 50s. So, don't know if I take any more trades. We'll see. I was really interested in this like 4750 area because this was our POC shift from earlier. And it just was an area that we were looking at, see if sell side or buy side could build above or below. And we have failed. So like when this was our POC from earlier from PVC zone 1, I have a lot of interest on like how we come up and retest into that. Please remember that our 30-second opening range is from 30 to 60, or really like 50, 56 on NQ. So again, it's a very neutral zone until I see us show willingness to transact above. Just makes for a very solid target, and then until I see like us show interest above it, I'm just I'll hang out. Don't really say much. But this 04 to 99 just offered 50 points on like 4 points of risk. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Mm. 5 minutes here until final half hours. Big retest ESNQ.
Oh, I'm glad you traded it, Wise. At least we've got one alive person. Wasn't sure how many people were left at this late in the day. What's up, Romeo? Your power go out? Or are you guys all right? That's the one benefit of having an old dog. She like is just so deaf. She doesn't even hear it anymore. It's like the only time she was scared as well. It's like thunderstorms and fireworks. Yeah, literally the only benefit. Any other time, it's like a complete hindrance. Barg really tagged us to play Deadlock. That's crazy.
Yes.
Flex has to be just like a rogue AI.
Fully convinced.
Fully convinced. Rogue AI. Were we winning or losing, Dubs? We were on a loss streak there for a minute. Nice. You caught a good one then.
Oh, I remember it. Yeah, I remember those games.
Oh, those were with your
Yeah,
friends,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Those games were a clown fiesta.
Yeah, they were. The MMR mismatch galore. The MMR mismatch galore.
Wonder how Hamas commander is doing. You think he's all right?
Oh,
You, th-
I don't.
you think he's all right? Man needs some lithium. Dubs, we played with this guy 2 games in a row. In the first game, he would not stop screaming into his mic, just crying about every single thing. And in the next game, he was just like the most friendly, like empathetic person, just like saying like nice kill. In the game before, just like straight up like flaming, like why were you born? It was the craziest shift I've ever
It
seen.
was it was impressive. I was actually impressed. Actually impressed.
Mark, do you see where we bounced, man?
He's not in voice.
Oh well. I figured he was, or why would he say that? Okay, yeah, he is. Maybe he's on YouTube. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see, Sauce. I'm keeping an eye right now. We're like at our 30-second opening range, right? So we're watching to see if we can hold this like 30 level. Um, seeing if that will hold for a rotation up into the top of range into 60s. Well, POC is back down at like 20. So I'm really just keeping an eye on this 20 to 30 to see if buyers can maintain. If they can, then I could see us just retesting our open and then like selling off or some garbage like that. I am currently flat, just waiting. Sold my last contract into 47. Surely your the lag is even less, right? You've
Yeah,
got
you should be able to
optimal.
just
Yeah,
hardwire in. What are you talking about?
you've got optimal fills, right? Really?
Well, he could achieve optimal fills.
Yeah.
If he gets them, that's, you know.
In Chicago, you can go to the library and you can rent out a terminal at most of the public libraries. Same in New York at like the big city libraries. If they have some terminals there.
Probably more often than you think, especially in Chicago. Probably used a lot.
And
It's
was
just
it a treat?
software.
Software with a expensive keyboard. Good bounce off our 2730 so far. Just trading into our opening range mid right now into 45. Did he play Vindictive Arc? You should play that Echo Shard 7 build, the double sun. Thing is so cheesy.
A lot of buttons for him.
Nah, you'd be good. The odds of you playing together is already low, right? So that man comes on once every month to play. I'd believe it if you. Seems like he's allocating an hour of game time once a week. I was talking with someone last night, but I really encourage you guys, if you haven't read it already, read the book Atomic Habits. It will help you a lot. There's a free audiobook of it on YouTube. If you're going to do something this weekend, listen to that and we can discuss it on Monday. But I think a lot of you, it'll help with journaling and creating smaller goals and just like figuring your shit out. Atomic Habits. It's a great, great book. it'll help you. It puts a lot of like smaller changes into perspective of how like smaller little improvements in your life can lead to larger, bigger goals. And then just like working on yourself in little areas and how that causes exponential improvement in the long term. With lots of examples from sports and other areas, and like how to build out healthy habits and what a habit is and how to get rid of bad habits and what those are, how to identify them, work through them. But it is definitely not 44 minutes. It's like a 6-hour book, probably. But the first 2 chapters are bangers. Here, there's a full version I can link. Yeah, but listen to that this weekend. And then if you have any questions or if you want to talk about anything, let me know.
We can do that on Monday. I can like find a review or something.
Yeah. Power of
That might
Habit
be
is also
helpful.
great. Yeah, Braxton said it. But yeah, put that in your ear while you do other stuff this weekend. Let me know what you guys think. Are there any insights? Things that you found introspective? Yeah. I really do believe that 90% of you have the ability to pass evals and make money consistently, but like you're just getting in your own way, right? Like it's nothing new. But you need to start to deal with some of the things that are holding you back. And they're pretty obvious, smaller little changes that you can make to start to do that. This is next target, by the way, 30-second opening range high. We held our 30 low, and we've now pushed and are now over it. Let's see if we can build above. But that was the last trade that I even thought of. It's just this hold of our 27.50, 30, and then just rotation up. I did not take it. Too busy talking, but there you go. At least Sauce got a trade into close. This is Russell POC shift at 62.5. I don't expect us to go any higher unless we can show that as supportive. Yeah, it's been the entire day, bro. Sideways chop for 30 and then pop.
Apple is just crazy.
$57, $45. You're looking for buyers to be able to hold this area here. As long as we're holding this, there's upside potential. If this fails, then we look for a rotation back down to 30 area.
3 minutes here until final 15s.
So, 've heard a good Rory boom in a minute.
We'll never hear one again. Makes you feel better
Damn.
or worse, I don't know.
Did he leave? Yeah, reality.
It's gone, man.
He's been married.
5 seconds here, final 15s.
See how we react into this yellow area. Just pulling back into our 30-second opening range high, filling this FEG on the 1 minute and on our 15-minute deltas, right? Just this void that we have here. Just watching to see how buyers react into this zone. Really the only area that I see, like, if buyers were going to attempt anything into end of session, it'd be here, or we'll just rotate back down to 30. Imbalance has now been filled on the 1. Watching to see our reaction here. It's our 30-second opening range mid. Russell back down to our pivot. ES into our value edge.
ES and NQ here retesting these value highs when we have our value low test RTY, or close to it. That's gonna probably be your last chance if we lift out these tests.
Need to get back over 57. Our offer will be sitting there. Russell into our zone, looking for a bounce for confluence. If we can't hold here and we just hold that as resistance, like this high, there might be a good put lotto over the weekend just for like equal highs basically on on the market. I don't know. We'll see. I'll let you know if I take anything, but Russell no low yet. Watching our double bottom here, potential. Need to find a buyer or we want to execute. Or again, rotations are just going to come down to 30s on NQ. That was a candle. That was MOC into our 30s. Watching RTY reoffer and NQ reoffer here into 47 to 57. Sell side serious, they'll hold this off of the bounce at 30s. You'd be looking for a secondary leg down underneath, back down to like our VWAP. If we can push over 57, then we should be able to probably retest highs, would be my guess. Off of a 30 liquidity still being present. And target if 30s don't hold is just going to be back down to that 20k area. 95, 20k. Same as before. So we really want to see a recovery of 57s if you're bullish. RTY is still not found a low. Just keep that in mind. We are holding our pivot as resistance right now.
Yep, it's just going for it. This Apple candle. What is happening, man? Just OPEC stuff, I guess. I didn't see any news. I was looking.
Yeah, their Microsoft is buying the rights to like all the energy for AI at a plant, if I saw correct, Sauce. I'm sure that's part of that move.
Bill Gates is pretty pro uranium. Two seconds. All right, guys. Well, listen to the Atomic Habits book over the weekend. Enjoy yourself. I am gonna skedaddle.
Peace.
I will see you guys on Monday. Goodbye.
Closing in our 30-second opening range is wild. Wonder if they take this down to 20K before our session closes for the weekend. Regardless, I'm not trading it. I'm not taking anything over the weekend. I think there's a lot of potential for us to have another leg down, personally, with us failing to get back into this range here. But it's a little 50-50. I do think that puts will probably pay over the weekend, but let's just play Monday's action and see what happens. I don't know. It's an awkward area to close. We basically just like double topped, and then there's a lot of potential for this to be a bear flag with us without us being able to break back into this upper auction. That's kind of my concern, and why I was saying what I was saying is, like, if these buyers aren't present anymore and they're now sellers, then all of a sudden this is just a bear flag for a gap fill, right? That's where I'm kind of at. So kind of keeping an eye on that. I'm not positioned for it, but it is a major concern with where we closed. Like, this is not all that bullish in my opinion of a close. You guys see what I mean when I show it like this, just even on ES? Like, there's clearly someone still here. Yeah. You have 15 minutes to take it if you wanted to take a lotto. I don't know. It's such an awkward area. KT is swinging 925, 568 puts. If you wanted a trade, those are decent. I'm not gonna take them, but that might be a good if you've got some change laying around. Yeah, that's what he just said. His entry was 218 Meltido. I don't know. I think they're trading at like 2.4 right now. But I'm just gonna enjoy my weekend and not stress out about it. But I don't think it's I think it's a worthwhile trade with where we close if you wanted a lotto. All right, I'm out. I just wanted to mention that. Have a good one. Peace. You as well. You as well.